just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lights, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor, the pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Nailed it. Okay. These boys over here. Do I want to wait for mana or do I just want to heal? I'm just going to take the heal. It's gonna make this a lot faster in general.
My father told me it's a beautiful life, so make sure you always open up your eyes to all the adventures, go against the tide. Before you know it, you'll be running out of time. You should fight for all you wanna be. Don't look back on what it could have been. You'll find it. You'll find it. You can make your way across the sea. Find new places you ain't never been. Now I believe. Now I
Space I
believe.
don't have.
I'll live a life filled with stories to be told. I'll make it through the darkness and make sure I'm coming home. Even if I'm walking all alone, I'm always coming home. I'm always coming home. My father told me it's a beautiful life, so make sure you always open up your eyes to all the adventures, go against the tide. Before you know it, you'll be running out of time. You should fight for all you wanna be. Don't look back on what it could have been. You'll find it. It's a beautiful life. So make sure you always open up your eyes to all the adventure.
Oh no.
Go against the tide. Before you know it, you'll be running out of time.
I know they'll drive you bonkers. Meet them once and they'll forever haunt you. No heroes or villains in this place. Two shadows that dance in my headspace, leaving nothing but phantoms in their way. There's parts of me I cannot hide. I've tried and tried a million times.
Ankle healing is no more. I am
Take a step into the heavens. Look around the scene, even the half of it. I'm walking on.
contact with your on Discord, if that's okay. Oh, you wanna contact me on Discord? Okay. Sounds like a scam, bro. I can't leave immediately after arriving. Oh no. real guys do it. Actually, you know what? Mr. Suicide Sheep. We haven't gone to Mr. Suicide Sheep's page in a long time. Let's see what he's got for us. Like it so far. Oh no, I did not need to be hit by that. Okay. Space. Oh no. Oh no, no. Okay, we're okay. Nailed it. Calculated, boys. Oh, big. Really big. Here I was thinking the dungeon was over. Not having an interrupt sucks massive donkey balls though. Holy shit. Can I choose an interrupt? Okay, we have an interrupt now, so. These knockups. Oh, I can't pierce with him. Well, next floor. That? Oh. Bruh. Kill one. You can. No, we're dead.
He traded his guns for love, but he's caught in the crossfire. And he keeps waking up, but it's not to the sound of birds. The tyranny, the violent streets, deprived of all that we're blessed with, and we can't get enough. No, heaven, if you sent us down, so we could build a playground for the sinners to play as saints. You'd be so proud of what we made. I hope you got some beds around, 'cause you're the only refuge now. For every mother, every child,
go away.
Every brother that's caught in the crossfire. That's caught in the crossfire.
Just like, how are you supposed to just take that? Like, what the fuck? Insanity, man. That step off does humility.
Society's anxiety deprived of all that we're blessed. We just can't get enough. Heaven, if you sent us down, we could build a playground for the sinners to play as saints. We'd be so proud of what we made. Hope you got some friends around, 'cause you're the only refuge now. Every brother, every child, every brother, caught in the crossfire. It's caught in the crossfire.
attacks, auto attacks. Nice. Autos, autos, autos. Ooh, 12. Okay, take that.
And I trust what I'm given, and faith still needs to go. Lose ambition, just the fact I can't see from the backseat, so I'm asking for more. And I trust what I'm given, so heaven if you send us down, so we can build a playground for the sinners to play as saints. You'd be so proud of what we made. I hope you got some beds around, 'cause you're the only refuge now. Every mother and every child, every brother,
Nice.
caught in the crossfire. Caught in the crossfire. He's caught in the crossfire. Crawling on the cross.
I'm so teeny.
In life, you torture well. In death, you feed.
Bro, the autos are shredding me.
Promised myself not to slip back into unhappy, 'cause heartbreaking, savvy, and love is a
Okay, a heal, that would be handy. Auto attacks. Yeah, alright.
In life, you torture well. In death, you feed.
You want me like the other ones do.
me, bro. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was way out of that.
In life, you torture Albion. In death, you feed
No. Come on, ult. Fuck! Bro, we're so close. Come on. Maybe we take the single target. Okay.
In life, you torture Albion. In death, you feed
Okay, that was a million times worse. What the fuck? Alright, I can progress with this build.
Dark scheming, yeah, you do. You're a poison, and I know that it's some tune. Put it on my friends, you're vicious, and they'll say
full one. Nice. Gross.
Driving so long, I can't remember how we got here or how we survived.
Oh, hello!
So long, I'm trying to run from her pride till you step out of
Who
my
goes there?
And I remember I was spending 23rd in 6 feet under.
Ite, what's up, brother?
What's up, Wolf?
How you doing, man? How you doing?
So far east on westbound, feeling like the edge of
Oh, whoa.
this world is near. You'll feel better when you wake up. Swear to God I'll make up
1 minute.
everything more when I get back someday. This is more than just a phase. Love shooting stars will break up. And even though it seems like half the world away, things will be better in America. Heard the streets are gold. Maybe I can fly you at this place someday. I'm chasing dreams like I'm an Novocaine, screaming through your airways. Looking back, I almost thought I heard you say, stay, you're not gonna leave me. This place is
I'll do a green mist. Why not? We'll go take a look.
And they mean nothing to me, so stay. You're not what you're hearing, 'cause I've been watching you changing. And who said you're one in a million? Anyway, 'cause you see only what you want to. Your tunnel vision owns you, and you can't see what's wrong when you keep sleeping through the PM. Eyes wide open when you're dreaming. You're sleepwalking, just keep talking. Maybe you can talk your way out of this deep end. Don't be planning your system, just tell me what you're thinking. I'm scared of my spirit, but you're not. But you're not. Feel better when you wake up, taking off the makeup. Sun always seems to wash our fears away, and it's always shining somewhere. We gotta get there, and even though it seems like half the world away, things are better in America. Heard the streets are cold.
Come on, come this way, come this way, come this way.
I can fly you at this place
Alright.
someday. Chasing dreams like I don't know the game, screaming through your airwaves. Looking back, I almost thought I heard you say, stay, you're not gonna leave me. This place is right where you need to be. And why your words gotta mean so much to them when they mean nothing to me. So stay, you're not what you're hearing, 'cause I've been watching you changing. And who said you're one in a million?
He wants me to make a mistake. I'm not gonna fuck around with that.
and start again. You've got a second chance, you could go home, escape it all, it's just irrelevant. Start medicine. Start medicine. You could still be what you want to, what you said you were when I met you. You've got a warm heart, you've got a beautiful brain, but it's disintegrating. From all the medicine, from all the medicine, from all the
No! Oh my god. I'm so fucking mad right now. God damn it.
Stars medicine. You could still be what you want to, what you said you were when I met you. You've got a warm heart, you've got a beautiful brain, but it's disintegrating. From all the medicine, from all the medicine. just matters.
I wasting my breath on you? Feels like my words are never getting through, yeah. Oh, I never said I hate you to someone so much before. I'm lightheaded when we talk, and then you shut the door. Goddamn, like what are we still talking for? All you ever do is try to fuck up my day. And you are successful, but I know the truth. No, they don't have anything better to do. Everything you want to escape. So why would I want anything to do with you?
Can I make my chap bigger? Ooh, I can make my shot really big. Okay, lol. Alright, we'll make it like... Da... Da. Nice. Make sure we don't fuck up our items.
Get on!
Pardon me.
I have lots to do.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way, couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand up in this is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on memories.
Got everything?
Never
We need a mount. Okay.
Off they go.
Watch your fingers. Element. With diligence.
such a shame. You framed me with such disdain. You got me washed out, color drained. Lately I've been thinking if you wanna get tough, then let's play rough. Lately I've been thinking if you wanna.
All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. Welcome to the room of people who have rooms of people that they loved one day docked away. Just because we check the guns at the door doesn't mean our brains will change from hand grenades. You love another psychopath sitting next to you. You love another murderer sitting next to you. You think I'd get here sitting next to you.
今ここで限界を超える団長務まんねえわな団員の前でやれねえとよ闇魔法
A new investigation into Ubisoft marketing campaign for Star Wars Outlaws reveals the company buttered up YouTubers with trips to Disneyland and boat tours before giving them access to 4 hours of gameplay footage. Okay, so part of the biggest marketing campaign ever was flying out YouTubers and influencers to Los Angeles to give them 4 hours with the game. Cyberpunk 2077, I guess, right? 20XX. Oh no, it's a person. Okay, never mind. Revealed that one of his fellow German YouTubers confirmed the claim that it was the biggest marketing campaign ever. As translated by YouTube, Karfelkonig stated, "We are with the largest marketing campaign ever for a Ubisoft game, and I can definitely confirm the last part, as I was invited by Ubisoft to come to Los Angeles and play in the Star Wars Outlaws event. The location was really polished up, and there was a day at Disneyland and something like that." Next, they shared footage from a British influencer and YouTuber, Louise Julie, I guess, who revealed that she was brought to Los Angeles by Ubisoft early and was taken on a boat tour and claimed she was originally a whale tour to see if she could spot any whales. So basically they invited a bunch of UK creators who got there early because our flights were booked early. It's a very long travel time. It was a 12-hour journey. And then, of course, Ubisoft paid for everything, naturally. VIP tour of Disneyland. Individuals noting Ubisoft was paid to take these influencers to Disneyland as well. Well, oh wow, so here's the photos. Okay, because I was wondering, like, I didn't see any photos. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Had a blast. Thank you, experiencing Star Wars Outlaws. Thank you for flying me out and all the festivities. Built a epic lightsaber at Galaxy's Edge yesterday with fellow Star Wars Outlaws content creators and explored the park. It was an absolute blast. Wow. I couldn't believe it either. Ubisoft invited me out for another incredible week in California, and they know how to party. We played 4-hour demo of Star Wars Outlaws. I adopted my own little Nix, hung out, and I met so many amazing people. Well, this is what I think. I actually think that this is a massive ethical violation, and journalists actually, you know, we always talk about how journalists are bad. Journalists bad, you know, like fucking writers, these people that are in these newspapers bad. But I will have you know that one time we were at like, this was at the Games Expo, and like I was doing an interview with somebody, and we offered to give them like a shirt or something like that. We're like, hey, do you want a shirt for coming by? And they said, no, we can't take the shirt because it violates the journalist ethics code. Because if you're a journalist, you're not allowed to take any of this shit from other companies. And that's smart. Yeah, that's a good thing. There's a reason, by the way, like these rules, it's not like they just invented these rules randomly. Yeah, this is why Gamergate started, because these journalists got bought. No, so this was such a long time ago. I remember this very vividly. So Total Biscuit was, I guess he got a review copy of a game to play the game early. And the person who gave him the game also sent him an Xbox to play the game on. And after sending him an Xbox to play the game on, they said, well, you can just keep the Xbox after that time period is over. And stuff like that is actually the reason why the first Gamergate started. This might be like, you know, this is like very, very long time ago, so a lot of people don't remember this, but it's a very common practice. And so how convenient, yeah, influencers influence the influencers, exactly, right? Because a lot of journalists, I think, have a higher degree of scrutiny placed on them. People that are writing for newspapers and magazines, I think they have more accountability for it because people are more willing to like look at them as being, you know, like fraudulent or something like that. But the truth is that this isn't any different. This is the same thing. And the truth is that if this was happening to somebody who worked at the Wall Street Journal, you know what the Wall Street Journal would do to that person? They would fire them. They would instantly fucking fire them. Because if you're providing coverage for something where they just paid for you like a full all expenses paid trip to Disneyland and everything, it's common sense that you're probably going to have like your perspective on that that's challenged or damaged, right? Streamers are a marketing tool. Yeah, exactly. Ethics rules for journalists are why influencers can exist. Part of the function of influencer has to be part of the function an influencer has is the ability to be bought without being canceled. It's a loophole. Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think that it's really about being canceled, but I think that people shouldn't take any of these people, what they're saying, seriously at all. Because in my opinion, you're like, oh, right, now they're, okay, here we go. Completely understand that the arguments were made here are not correct. I had the opportunity to play the game for 4 hours, and it was edited into an hour of a video. As part of the review process, the entire video was thrown back to us, and an intermediary agency, Ubisoft, which asked for a lot of changes, especially to the wording for the beginning. Wait. So the entire agency made them go through? Oh my god. But in this logic, influencers and streamers are independent. They can't fire themselves, but the company doing the shit needs to be reprimanded or investigated. So we're talking about two different things. I'm not talking about like any sort of enforcement system for this. Like, I don't know what the solution for an enforcement system is for something like this. What I'm talking about right now is just simply the fact that it exists and the fact that it's problematic and the fact that consumers and people that are watching should call this out. And this is absolutely, it's corruption. It is. It's corruption. And there's no way around it. There's no, like, fine print. There's no, oh, but there's this or that. It's corruption. It's that simple. It's a bribe. Yeah, it is. It's a bribe. Representing a company that big isn't going to happen. The point is that I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is the fact that this stuff is it's obviously very problematic. And if you go and you get paid to do all this stuff, they give you a bunch of stuff, it's obvious that these people are going to provide better coverage than just like a random person, right? I mean, I think it goes without saying. So I find this to be very bad. I guess like that's basically the way that I feel about it. This is the way I think about it, right? This is very bad. It's very dishonest. It is. And so like, and especially when they have, so like basically this is what happened. So they get sent out there, like an agency set this up. Like, it's not like the Ubisoft contacts the individuals. They contact an agency that then contacts the individuals, right? So then the agency takes the video, and then they run the video through like 50 different PR checks. And they probably told them, like, I'm gonna be honest, they probably told them, don't say this negative thing, don't show that negative thing, don't show this bad thing, make this video look as good as possible. That's probably what happened, which again is fine. If you want to make a paid video, if you want to make a sponsored video, that's totally okay. But the issue is that when you do it and you say that you're not sponsored, You say, oh, wow, like, yeah, I'm just making this video. They flew me out and they did this. I'm going to go ahead and give you a review. This isn't a review. This is a sponsor. That's what I think happened. A bad game will always be bad, no matter how much they cover it up. Yeah, but people will make bad decisions with their money because they listen to somebody who was paid to tell them a lie. So I think that's problematic. Elden Ring did something like that? No, I think it's normal. I don't know if they did or not. I have no idea. Companies that demand that influencers, content creators review their content before it comes public and have control over it is a major red flag for everyone involved. This is how insert anything gate happens. Yeah, I think that you're right. So yeah, I feel like this is actually very problematic. Don't worry, they weren't paid for the impressions. A free trip to Disneyland doesn't influence people at all. And any review should not be counted as shilling. No, not at all. Talk about being bribed. Of course it did. Did they not realize that influencers don't really have that much influence anymore? Well, this isn't true. They wouldn't be giving them money if they didn't have influence. And after doing a little digging, I found out the VIP tour toss. The absolute cheapest, it can be $450 an hour. Oh my God. Yeah, having never played, but still, I've had no trouble with Outlaws, saying I hate it with a passion. I don't think we've played it yet, right? I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's going to be very good. So yeah, this is very standard. Yeah, and this is what Mark Kern is saying. Very standard. I call this a soft buy, where AAA studios host playtests in exotic locations. Once Blizzard did this, you invite out a bunch of press and influencers and wine and dine and entertain them. It's quite common. No money changes hands, just some free gifts and gifts of merch. I'm going to be honest. This is the reason why Gamergate happened. It's not because people hated women. It's because people hated being told that this game is good when the person who's telling them that has a relationship with the person who's making the game. This is the reason. We already went through all of this. It's amazing that it's happening again. It's because of corruption. Yeah, this is definitionally corruption. There's no way around it. Like, for example, if somebody did this to, do you remember, oh, here's a great example, Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas, he's a Supreme Court justice in the United States, very well known, very well respected by at least a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people. He's well respected. This guy got massively fucking criticized because he had a friendship with somebody who was like really well off, like a billionaire or something like that. And obviously Clarence Thomas was, able to enjoy some of the benefits of that in a abstract way. It's not like the guy was paying him, but Clarence Thomas got to enjoy some, free gifts and things like that, right? So yeah, want to hate women and take their bribes? Yeah, exactly, right? This is a bad take. I bought the game. I'll let you know on the 31st. Well, wait a second. What about this? What's the difference between influencers and groomers, though? I've got a really good joke for that. So anyway, let's go back and what's the problem with this? Supreme Court can be bought and paid for. I mean, it's not necessarily bought and paid for, and this is the problem, right? Is that when you have outside influences, it's very hard to quantify what that outside influence is actually doing. Because, for example, with Clarence Thomas or with the people that are being invited over by Ubisoft, it's very possible that they would have had this same opinion had this not happened. Or Ubisoft is inviting them because they already like the game. So it's not like it's a guarantee that this is a cause and effect, but it muddies the water so much that it destroys any credibility a person can have, and it makes everybody listen to what they're saying with a massive grain of salt. And I think that's very defined, and that makes sense. It absolutely does. So what's the problem here? No, I'm messing around, hence the he. Oh, okay. Yeah, anyway, let's move on. I see what you're saying, but unless we know who they invited, there's no proof that people reviewed the game favorably, or if it's just a sponsored event. I don't think there's anything here. No, this isn't a problem. There's nothing wrong with what this person's saying. Not getting banned. Not getting. Why would somebody get banned? Like, yeah, this is not. He's not being rude. Like, why would he get banned? So yeah. Anyway, so I don't think this is true. I think that if a bad action occurs, the outcome of that bad action is only one part of the puzzle. So, for example, if you go and you compete in a sports event and you're doing steroids, but you don't get first place, you should still be kicked out and disbarred from joining another tournament because you broke the rules and you violated people's trust. So I don't think that it really matters, like, whether it's like, oh, well, whether this person actually gave it a favorable review or not. The fact that it's happening is incredibly dangerous. And also, here's the issue, is that if somebody did this for me, maybe I would still give them what's considered a fair review. And so by me giving a fair review, now we are normalizing this practice. 5 years later, let's say I'm not reviewing games like that anymore. Now somebody else is reviewing games like that. And based off of the precedent that I've created a acceptable medium for this to happen. And now they're doing the exact same thing. Subconscious bias? Well, what I'm saying is that just because one person doesn't do it doesn't mean that it's not bad. So that's the way that I see it. Like Force Gaming, he always states if the video is an ad or not. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that this isn't an explicit ad, it's an implicit ad. It's exactly that, the violation of trust, and that's what offends normal, logical people, as it should do. Like, I have no problem, like, this is what I would do. Like, if I were them, I would say, whenever I gave my review of the game, or my coverage of the game, I would say at the very beginning, guys, Ubisoft did all this stuff for me, and so, obviously, there are people that are going to say my coverage is biased. I don't think that it is, but I want you to watch it with that in mind, and keep in mind that, obviously, you know, I do have a, you know, it needs to be disclosed. It needs to be stated. That doesn't mean it needs a hashtag ad on it, because it's not explicitly a hashtag ad. But what it does need to have is it needs to have a degree of transparency. And that transparency is for the best interest of the user. So yeah. When Alec Grum's tweet, yeah, he's right about this. Yeah, I don't care. Mark Kern has been wrong about a lot of other things, and I've called him out for it. But he's right about this. I think he's absolutely right. So yeah. What's up, Aldi? What's up, man? And Ash Creation Update? Yeah, I need to look at that. Disclosure is important. Absolutely. No ethics equals skewed results equals all results are useless. Well, here's what the real problem is. This guy brings up a good point here. Is what happens is, like, and you see this with games journalism right now. Basically, people are not really willing to give any journalist the benefit of the doubt because they assume that they're all fraudulent and they're all scammers, or they're all somehow corrupt or something like that. So as soon as this happens to anybody, that expectation gets put on everybody else. And then now it damages the entire credibility of the industry as a whole. So here's a really great example of that. PewDiePie with the bridge. PewDiePie had his bridge moment, and everybody on YouTube suffered lower ad revenue because of that. Another example of it now is Mr. Beast with Chris. Chris goes out and he's a fucking freak, right? There's all kinds of weird shit. Okay, yeah, go ahead. But now everybody else, same as Minecrafters. It is a damaging stereotype that people make memes about Minecrafters and Smash players being groomers or weirdos. This is a bad stereotype. And it's horrible, right? Yeah, the Game Award, yeah, that's horrible to say that as a stereotype. And people get, what do you call it? People get stereotyped that way, and it's completely unfair to them. There are, by the way, most Minecrafters are not like this. It's disgusting. No, of course not. But there's enough of them to where it creates the stereotype, and that negative stereotype affects the ones that do nothing wrong in a worse way. So it's even more important for people to hold each other accountable, because those people can damage your reputation. That's what I think. The huge stigmas attached? Yeah, exactly. How could one give a fair review of a game when you get it for free? You lose a level of criticality when you traded a week of work for a game. Reviewers don't have that trade-off, I think. You've risked nothing. You still risk your time. I mean, money, for a large percentage of people, money is not the only factor in their life. Like, I think that for video games, it's primarily young guys and young people, so, like, they have more time than money. But for a lot of older people, they have more money than time. So they can buy the game, but they just don't want to if it's bad. So I think that if a reviewer gets a game for free, I can't see a universe where you can have something like that happen, and it's like, I don't know whether that's good or bad. I feel like you kind of have to have that. The same as movie critics get to watch movies, but I think it's all of the secondary effects beyond that that are outside of the scope of the actual reviewing. So, for example, going to Disney World. You don't need to go to Disney World to review Star Wars Outlaws. You don't need to go to, you know, like expensive, you know, restaurants and everything to review Star Wars Outlaws. But you do need to have Star Wars Outlaws in order to review Star Wars Outlaws. Angry Joe pays for his own games. Well, good for him. This is my perspective on it. This is what I do. Anytime that I'm sponsored to play a game, I just say, yeah, I'm sponsored to play the game. That's it, right? And I've shit on games that I'm sponsored by many times, like Honkai Star Rail, like, for example, right? And so I've done this many, many times myself. However, if I'm not sponsored, I had something like happen with the game, I usually just tell people that. Like, for example, like if it's a game that I'm publishing, I say, hey, this is a game we might publish, right? Or we are publishing. This is what's happening, right? Is that really a hashtag ad? According to the FTC rules, technically it's not. So I don't actually have to put that down, but I feel like in doing so, I create a higher degree of transparency with my audience, and that's more important. You're sponsored by Honkai Impact 3rd? I did. Yes, I was sponsored. I did not like the game. I didn't think it was very good. I played the game for a couple hours. I didn't really like it. That's it. So yeah, that's my perspective. You have to disclose partnerships. It's very complex. They don't get shit to review again if they give a bad review and it's a circle jerk. That's the problem. It's called access journalism is what you're referring to. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So yeah, I'll read some comments about this on my Reddit, but I think this is a legitimately massive problem, and this is exactly why Gamergate happened. It's exactly why, and that part of Gamergate, 100% justified. Absolutely, unequivocally, completely justified. It's still a problem. And you know what happened? This is what I think happened. This is my opinion. Conspiracy Andy here. I think all of the journalists got together to paint Gamergate as just like a bunch of angry incels getting together because they hate women. I think the reason why they did that is because they didn't want angry incels to stop their gravy train. They were getting free games, free trips, all this free stuff. So they collectively, and you don't need, guys, this is a George Carlin quote. He was like, he's the best, right? You don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. They don't need to sit in a Discord channel and figure out this is what we're going to write at the same time. All they need to do is act in their own best interest, and this outcome will occur. And they will act together. And in the end, games journalism is dying. The gamers won. You're right. But I think that's the reason why they painted Gamergate that way. It's because they were enjoying a tremendous amount of privileges and advantages because of it. So they didn't want it to go away. So they slandered their own audience, and they ended up destroying their careers in the process. That's what I think happened in the long term. But I think that's the reason why it happened. So yeah. Elon Musk tweeted something. It's already big drama. Check it out. I'll get to it. I know what you're talking about. They do anything except make an actually good game. The marketing departments are just doing their thing. Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different department. I mean, marketing department's just doing what they think is a good idea, which probably is. This is standard practice in the games industry, and nobody with review copies can be trusted to give 100% dead-ass take on the game. I don't know if you, like, I don't know if I would go so far as to say that getting a review copy means that you can't give an authentic opinion about the game. But I do think that it should be disclosed that you got a review copy. It should absolutely be disclosed. Like, for example, like I got a key for Mecha Break. Like, they gave me a key. Yeah, they gave me a key. And I said that whenever I first started it, right? Of course, yeah, they sent me a key. That's what it was. And in the Steam comments, exactly, right? That muddies the water if it's ever found out. It does. Absolutely. Anything you get for free has that effect. Yeah, but, like, you have to have... Like, how do you really have somebody pay money for a review copy when oftentimes the review copies aren't complete games? Do you see kind of how this becomes a problem? And a lot of times the review copies of games are not fully complete. So you're not even really buying a game in the first place. Bring back demos? Yeah, I mean, look at Final Fantasy 16, for example. I mean, that demo, like, in my opinion, the Final Fantasy 16 demo was better than Starfield. Like, let's be honest. Like, and the fact that also, like, it was so good. It was so good. It's amazing. So yeah, Commander Keen demo. Yeah, I think I've got a floppy disk of that downstairs, man. Let's see here. This happens to every major publisher, not only for video games. You're right about that. Look at the press packages they send to reviewers and influencers that immediately review the product and say it's awesome. The only reviewer that matters is yourself. Try to experience the game yourself before buying. I'd rather not. Oh, God. Yeah, no shit, it's promotion. Kai getting the Millennia statue right before the DLC release wasn't out of the goodness of our hearts either. Yeah, but the difference is that Kai isn't being used as a tool to review the game, right? Like, he's just a streamer. He's not providing an objective review. He's not coming at it from that objective perspective. He's simply playing the video game. Like, and also, by the way, let's not shit on Kai here. I can't reach it. It's like literally like 1 foot away from my arms. I can't do it. But I have a Mesmer helmet. And you know where I got that from? Bandai Namco gave me the Mesmer helmet. Did that stop me from saying the TLC was fucking bullshit? It was too hard because of the way the fragments were scaled? No, I still said it. I still fucking rage quit it. Absolutely. So yeah, I'll still be an asshole even if they give me something like that. But that's the way it is. Kai promoted Elden Ring like crazy. A statue was a nice gift. Yes. Aren't major streamers also influencers? I think that it depends on how you come at it and the approach that you take for it. I think that's the main thing. He's influencing his audience, which is also an advertisement and marketing now. You're right, but there's definitely a spectrum to it. And that's the difference. Also, Kai made it very evident and obvious that he received the statue from Bandai Namco. That's so like the issue is the fact that it's not being disclosed, not necessarily the fact that it's happening. Because I think this happens all the time, right? This happens, sure. Like, I've had people send me stuff. People send me tons of stuff, right? But that's different. Yeah, still a bit fake. It's not really fake, though, right? Because how can something be fake if you know exactly what's happening? It's not really fake. There's no false motive behind it? Yeah, exactly. I think that's what's going on, too. It's not the same thing. Yeah, people always like painting with a broad brush, but that's definitely the different thing. When I did an interview, it was Baldur's Gate 3, how they had to bribe and for attention for all the horrible choices in character design. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, they didn't. Almost like you can say no.
Fine, how about you?
Just listen to some Asmongold take some.
Asmongold's takes on what, the new expansion, World of Warcraft?
No, just some like random bullshit.
Oh, okay. As usual.
Nothing that important. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it was even about games, to be honest. I stopped listening. I was like, it was just noise in the background.
Alright.
How you doing, man? What's up?
Just been chilling. I've been like feeling super tired lately for some damn reason. Like completely just. I think it's a sleep deprivation in combination with regular eating schedule.
Yeah.
I've
If
been
you're not
trying.
sleeping right, your energy's gonna go down for sure.
Yeah, but I think like also I think I should go back to just 2 meals per day. Because I went in like 1 meal per day and that really fucks over majority
Yeah,
of the
one is hard.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna do some crafting in a little while. Maybe. I have a bunch of artifacts. So. If I really push, I can get T8 mining today.
Up to you, how you want to do. I barely touch mining. Maybe I should touch more mining since do craft. Use my focus to craft because I need something that is not money-wise using focus.
Some overweight. Like how I ran out. Yeah, Cliffs is popping right now. So many like big mobs. Star mobs. Stuff like that.
I'm waiting for things to pop off. Man.
Gather. Nature is healing.
2 seconds. I'm gonna check if it's gonna be a raid or not. I'm gonna join another voice channel in a minute. Maybe we'll be back. See ya.
See you.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow. Moving with the motion, following the light that sets me
What the fuck? Huh. I didn't realize he was 1200 IP. Shit.
Suck me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as lost control of this paradise with honesty right at heart. In the dead of the night, teardrops on the floor, the
made a point. Save. Okay. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, miscellaneous. Come on, missions. It's a gallery.
Burning everything I know. Desperate for
Can you buy a set of tools?
crashing down
Where's the thing where I rebought my gear? Must have put it in the six. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. I do need that. Don't need that. Do need that. Don't need that. Do need that. Do need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. I suppose I could use one of those. Okay, so we buy those. 300 cal. Fucking hell. So expensive. The tools just add up, man. Oh, I hate when things get stuck on your mouse like this. It's so annoying.
I have lots to trade.
It's my new cursor, guys. This is like, new meta for cursors. Yeah, that's when I'm working. Sell order.
Satisfied?
Feeling frenzies in my brain. I'm hopeful every day. Gotta get it while we are still young enough to break. We're finally
We're full up on animals now.
maybe there's hunger in my blood.
No, one more space.
Screaming out loud for what I want. See me running full speed ahead. Shattering collide, calling post-traumatic. Now it's do or die. Coming up down, tiny coming up down, tiny fraction.
Maybe one block on our helmet as well.
See me running full speed.
We have our tools.
Buying or selling?
Okay, we want to buy one of these. One of these. Oh. Master's pickaxe. I probably should have kept that actually. Wait.
All I am is a man. I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach, but I stand in California with my toes in the sand. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds, but my gravity centered. Touch my neck, and I'll touch yours.
It's so expensive, so fast. Okay, this looks fine. Let's just redo our buy orders really quick while we're here. We're not gonna redo that one.
Just take your breath away.
485-000.
The minute that my left hand meets your waist, and then I watch your face, put my finger on your tongue 'cause you love to taste, yeah. These hearts adore everyone the other beats hearts for. Inside this place is warm, outside it starts to pour. Coming down, one love, two mouths, one love, one house, no shirt, no blouse, just us, you find out. Nothing that we don't
We just want to get rid of these as fast as possible, so I'm just graveyard boots. I need this bow actually.
like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking
Nice.
in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
So dark and cold-hearted, I'm breathless to say the least. So far from a superstar, and my daydreams are killing me. Feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm never feeling okay, but there's a sword to fight. Just help me numb all the pain. One step from dying, my angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. To kill it. And I'm losing my mind. Stop. To kill it. Just let me fall to my grave. To kill it. And I'm losing my mind. Stop. To kill it. Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. So pessimistic from the past. All the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay, but there's a sword to fight. Just help me numb all the pain. One step from dying, my angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. To kill it. And I'm losing my mind. Stop. To kill it.
Wrote your stuff,
Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave.
of the world I used to know. And I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. As time goes racing by, I'm wishing I could be fine, but I'm still so stuck on what used to be. Made a prison out of my mind, watch life as it goes by. Battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. Hiding in the blue. The world's passing by and I lost sense of time. I've gone numb, I miss the days when we were making legends. The days come and go. I'll wait through sun and snow for you to come and take me from this place and bring me home. In the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. Hiding in the blue. In the The battle's coming now. The fury shakes the ground. I've come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment. Whoa, I was born for greatness. Ooh, a legend in the making. Deep in my blood. Oh yeah, I am the champion. Ooh, come on, try and take it. Ooh, it all comes to the base and deep in my bones. Oh yeah, I know. wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the night. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. Lord knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine.
Two bedrooms, 7 little shots, can't be right. Call my brother, he in prison doing time, but we alright. Tried my best just to catch a fucking smile, but for now I see myself ain't hitting the 35.
In the wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the night. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. Wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the night. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine.
Two bedrooms, 7 little shots, can't be right. Call my brother, he in prison doing time, but we alright. Tried my best just to catch a fucking smile, but for now I see myself ain't hitting the 35.
In the wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the wakeboard day, so we out living life in the night. Pray to God, man, I hope I don't die in the night. God knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine. Lord knows, and I think I know it too sometimes. Every time, and they reaching out for what's mine.
escape it all. It's just irrelevant. Stars medicine.
Deadly weapons, agile arms.
Stars medicine. You could still be what you want to, what you said you were when I met you. You've got a warm heart, you've got a beautiful brain, but it's disintegrating down from all the medicine. From all the medicine. From all the
Ambition always leads to
stars medicine. You could still be what you want to, what you said you were when I met you. You've got a warm heart, you've got a beautiful brain, but it's disintegrating down from all the medicine. From all the medicine. From all the medicine.
We must be close now, right? A little ways to go. Little ways to go, yes. Alright. Hello, beautiful. Hey, that was easy. I'm not really sure if I like these or not. The crossbows. I know there are other crossbows that are better. increase the resistance for every 10%. Knockback shot. How did that freeze me, bro? I keep getting distracted by mobs. We need together. Transmute 20 resources to a higher tier. Maybe I can do that later. Do some transmuting. At least I'm not Giga broke anymore, so I can actually use the crafting stations.
My name is Jason.
Oh God.
My name is Jason Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I am my own studio at Pirate Software. Studio. I've been here for 8 years. I also run a massive community. We've got about 180,000 people in Discord, and most of what I do is try to teach other people how to make games, teach them that they can make games, show them the tools to do so, and try to do everything without any paywalls or bullshit in the way. It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games, and that the next generation has the tools to do so, so that our medium doesn't die out.
Okay.
And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this. So with that in mind, that community brought me this, and tried to get me to sign it. And I don't want to. Number one, I can't, because I don't live in Europe. But number two, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. And I'm going to kind of go through this and try to explain the reasoning as to why that would be the case, without all of the internet hate machine that's grown up around it. So let's go into how this works and why this is an issue. First things first, what is an initiative? So an initiative is actually not law. It's something that you put together, so you put it up in front of representatives, and they can start a conversation. The reason why I have to talk about games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher.
Okay.
This isn't always possible in all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you keep League of Legends in a functional playable state? You'd have to architect the entire game. The game is what
Well, that's what people do. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have done that. Like, people did that with WoW. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of that. Sure. No, it's definitely hard to do.
Called client server. So in
Yeah,
client
I don't think that companies should have to provide their source code. Like, they shouldn't have to give out their source code after they stop making the game. But if somebody wants to make a recreation of the game, that's okay. And they shouldn't be shut down. So, like, that's really my only perspective on this. Like, all of the rest of this could be right. Like, I could easily see where he's coming from with this. Yeah, sure. Wayfinder also did it really well. Yeah, we had an old patch server. Exactly, yeah. So I think that's really, like, the fact that companies can shut down a private server after the company is no longer providing the game, I think that's really the problem. That's actually the issue, because, like, if you have a game that's like, for example, The Crew. This is, like, one of the recent contemporary examples. People were able to remake the game and continue providing support for the game even after the developers stopped providing support for the game. And I think that's a good thing. That's a great thing. You know, even if you look at it from as abstract of a perspective as art preservation, it's art preservation. 100% this is good. He talks about that. It's violating the law because of licensing. Oh, yeah. No, but I disagree with the law. No, I don't think that the licensing and the copyright laws that we have are in the best interest of the consumer. I think that they give too much control and too much power to the individual companies. Like, for example, I don't think that Nintendo should be able to shut down a tournament for Smash Brothers Melee. I don't think they should be able to do that. You purchased the game, you bought the game, you spent your money on the game. You should have the autonomy to decide what you do with that game and how you present that game and what you, like, for example, like, you don't have to pay a, you know, like, you don't have to ask, I don't know, like, whoever makes a hammer or a chainsaw, if you need to, like, you have to pay them a dividend. You don't have to pay them commission if you build a house and you sell the house. So after you sell something to a person, I think that person should have pretty much complete autonomy to do what they want with it, unless that it's creating a market replacement for the product in the market at that time, right? For example, a private server for WoW while WoW is still active, for example. So yeah, that's what I think. You buy something, you own it. And you also own the autonomy of how you want to use it. I don't see how, like, there's any benefit to the population that that's not the case. You're not even a developer? No, I'm not. That's the point, right? But, like, no, I'm not. You're exactly right. I'm a consumer. I gave them my money. And I want to be able to do what I want with what I bought with my money. Period. It's that simple.
For models, there's a server and there's a client, and all of the math, all of the game, everything happens on the server. The client just displays it. And the reason we want to do it that way is so that you can't teleport around and do a billion damage. You don't trust the client. You trust the server. The client just displays what it's told, right? So if we
New World did the opposite. Remember that?
wanted to re-architect this, we have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video. Does it make sense? So this isn't going to work.
Well, I think a lot of people have done that before. A lot of people have recreated servers of games. And I think the reason why they're not happening as often is actually because they would get shut down. I feel like we probably would already have a playable version of Bloodborne on PC right now with 60 FPS. We would probably have one at this very moment if Sony couldn't shut it down.
Games, why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to say, like, oh, you know, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas, specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues. Especially,
yeah, I think this is this has always been, it seems like, Thor's problem with this whole topic, is that he doesn't agree with the way that it's stated inside of the initiative. But what he said originally, I think, is true, is that it is simply an initiative. And the initiative begins a conversation that is more technical about what the actual law should be. So I don't agree with the language in the initiative, absolutely. But I agree that it's a problem that should be solved.
if you don't have precedence. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening, right? So why did this start in the first place? What is the specific cases they've called out that are egregious? And they have one. It's The Crew. So, action on The Crew. The video game The Crew, published by Ubisoft, was recently destroyed for all players and had a player base of at least 12 million people. Due to the game's
I doubt
size
there
and
are 12
France's
million
strong
people playing
consumer
while it's on.
protection laws, this represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action. If we're successful in charges being pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea in this that it has a player base of 12 million people. That is not how long.
Yeah, I think this is another thing that rubbed him the wrong way, is that I think that he didn't like the language that was used in the post about it, and he thought the language was problematic for, I think, a couple of different reasons. Yeah, he didn't, which is like, that's different, right? I mean, it's different.
Games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing it anymore.
Sure.
If there's any costs associated with keeping the game online, which this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running it, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income for it.
Right, and he's totally right about this, and I think everybody that's involved in this conversation would agree that we should not hold companies liable to continue providing service to a game when the game is no longer financially viable, because this would effectively kill every single live service game instantaneously, and they would never be able to be made again. Like, nobody, like, you can't do that. Yeah, it's simple. There's no way.
There are bad business practices that can occur in there. There are companies that will sell a online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling it.
And also, like, an example of this, I think probably the best parallel that we've had recently is Wayfinder. So Wayfinder was an MMO that then the publisher dropped. I forgot the name of the studio that's making it. But the publisher dropped the studio that was making it. The game really wasn't performing very well. And then the developers of the game came back and re-released it as a single-player game with multiplayer features, basically, right? And they totally changed everything about it. Airship? Yes. Digital Extremes. I think Digital Extremes was the publisher, and it was like Airship, something like that.
That specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about the Crew itself. And if we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that the Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago. Oh. So this was an online-only racing video game, developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections, and published by Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see that could be a problem is if it's not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game is always marketed as only. If you're going,
I don't think that specific types of marketing should remove expectations from a customer for certain degrees of ownership. So I see what he's saying, but I don't like the idea that because they say it's online only, that means that they can just, for whatever reason, take away access and you're not able to access what you paid for. I think that when you take a person's money for something, you have to incur certain degrees of accountability. And one of those degrees of accountability is that that person will be able to use what they've purchased in an ongoing way. And I also think, again, that's not even really a problem. Let me just go all the way back. All of this stuff is not really as relevant to me. I don't care about any of this. The only thing that I really care about is that the companies that are the companies that are going and they're selling these games, after they stop selling and providing a service for the game, somebody else can do it instead. I don't think that a company, whenever they are not providing that game, can shut down somebody else for providing that game. That is the only opinion that I really have about it. Everything else is up for debate. Yeah, sure, maybe this is true. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Will you accept these terms in the TOS? I don't care about the TOS. The TOS isn't important. And the reason why I don't think that it's important is because everybody knows that no one really reads the TOS. I would argue that 99.9% of people do not read TOS, and I think the TOS is created in a way that makes it hard to read, right? It's using legal language, and a person can't read legal language. So, and also, like, a TOS should not overrule customers' rights. So, you shouldn't be able to just say, like, oh yeah, well, because the TOS says this, we can do this. There still are things that companies should not really be able to do. And also, this isn't really the TOS and the circumstance that I'm talking about, it's copyright law. And I'm saying that, like, for a lot of things, for the purpose of art preservation, if the content is not being provided by the company, I think that it should be possible to provide it with a third party. The terms of service are all inside of the game that you're playing. Terms of service isn't enforceable by law? Yeah, the terms of service is not the law. That's different. There's no more service, there's no more terms of service. That's a much better argument than what I made. Yeah. Yeah, the TOS doesn't apply. You're not dealing with them anymore. Yeah, good point.
Going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down...
Someone says contracts shouldn't exist. Of course contracts should exist. But contracts should exist in a way that's beneficial. And some types of contracts already are not allowed to exist. And I'm saying this isn't even part of that at all. It's completely separate. It's after the contract is gone. It's not even with the company anymore.
In the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online only. If it's a single player experience that has online only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice. That's really rare. And in the specific cases where it does happen, we should call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this too.
Okay.
The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018. And then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's SteamDB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this, it's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. We look at
there might be 3 people that were playing it total.
Here, it did start out with a sizable amount of community, and then it degraded. And it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same year that it launched a sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over to it. And then the servers effectively die. You can't run a live service game on this few players. You can't.
Exactly. And a company shouldn't be expected to either. He's right.
Most of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that anything else...
And I've said this before about other games, is like, if you want to see what the future of a game is, look at the Steam charts of the game. If there's a lot of people playing the game, then it's going to be fine. And if it's a dead game and there's like double-digit number of people playing it, then there's a problem. And the game's going to die.
And we could see that there was license problems. So on December 14th, 2023, Ubisoft delisted the Crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months.
Somebody brought up a good point in chat, and they said that they shouldn't be able to monetize the games because it's still not their IP. I really think I need to agree with you on that. I do. I think that you're right about that. Because if you're doing it for game preservation purposes, then you shouldn't be able to monetize it. So it's happened already? Yeah, but I feel like that, right? Yeah, 100%. They shouldn't be able to turn a profit. I think that it's okay to ask for donations, right? Like, that's fine. But to monetize it and to sell it, I think that's very problematic.
Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years. And that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, I understand that's speculation, but I've
got a crazy take on this. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The entire idea of you need to license a car in order to use it like this, crazy.
This type of a deal many times in the industry, and while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forego the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that will say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out in game.
I don't think that's a good argument that it's developer time and money, because the people paid their money to play the game. And I think the developer does need to ensure that the person who paid their money gets the value for their money. So if you can't do something like that without creating a positive upside for the consumer, then maybe a game like that shouldn't really exist. You see what I'm saying? It just because it takes a lot of time or it's extra work for the developer. Well, if it's too much work for you to make the game, make it to where people can play the game regularly on a regular basis after it's not being supported anymore. If you can't do that, then maybe the game shouldn't exist. They should calculate the cost ahead of time? Yeah, it should be calculated into the cost ahead of time. Exactly. Then don't make the game, yeah.
Has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the player perspective. Yeah. These are two different
And this is only true in the case of a game going into service. And this is only in a doomsday situation, literally, right? We're only talking about this with end-of-service games. I'm not talking about this with ongoing live service games.
Ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it because I understand the burden that puts if we raise that problem in the way that we are. If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely and not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Exactly.
And we're going to miss out
he's right
on
about
adventures like Final Fantasy XIV. And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends or any other live service game. He's right. You're talking everything, even phone games, as funny as that is. A lot of people don't realize.
There's no realistic way to have live service games if the company is required to upkeep the game in perpetuity forever. It would be impossible. Not even the biggest studios would ever do it.
That phone games require online-only activity.
Yeah, but nobody's arguing for that.
Pokemon Go. What about stuff like Monster Hunter Now? What about any of these? We'd never get any of them. And that's why I think this needs to not.
They are? Well, I'm not.
Vague. It needs to be specific about the business practices, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem. So now we're going to go to Ross, otherwise known as Person Farms, the creator of this initiative, and one of the ones that's pushing it the most online. I'm going to let him say exactly why he thinks that this will go through very easily and why it is important, and then I'm going to tell you why.
Becomes law in the EU? Yeah, it might be. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I think if we get the signatures, this passes. Why do I say that? Well, it's a few factors. Politicians like easy wins. And this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't a big consequence to them or most of their constituency.
I'm going to stop it there for a moment. The assertion that politicians just like easy wins, so this legislation will go through, that the politicians don't care about a multi-billion-dollar global industry, and that it doesn't matter to their constituencies, is incredibly absurd. I don't think this is the right direction at all for a movement like this. I think it's incredibly damaging and it makes our entire industry look bad, both on the player side and the developer side. If we're going to be putting forward anything that may eventually turn to legislation, it should be passing because it's the right thing to do for consumers and developers, and that there's some kind of a middle ground, not just because it's...
Yeah, see, this is what I thought. Because this is what I said originally, is that I feel like this happens a lot when it's especially people on YouTube or people on streams talking about each other's ideas, is that it becomes an argument about the words that were being used rather than the idea. Because I'll be honest with you guys, I think Thor's right. I think Ross's argumentation, this slide, is wrong. It doesn't really make sense. It makes it seem...
Sorry if I'm coming up savage. Open bar got me feeling like I can. There's so many pretty people pirouetting in a coked up superficial dance. And I really wanna say it to your face, but I don't know which one to talk to. Scared of everybody in the place, cause they got a million ways to goodbye to you. Sorry if I'm coming up savage. I wanna live, I made it a habit. Dog eat dog, there's damage. And I wanna live. They cut their teeth in the jungle. I've been there, I've seen it. They do cut throat things down in the jungle. They eat all the humble. They cut their teeth in the jungle. I've been there, I've seen it. I joined in the dance of oblivion. Kick a coup for a million. The godless wasting of air. And the worst is nobody cares. Fake friends, fake foes, brutalize. Fake small shit show, don't wanna die. This is competition, everyone's ambitious. No more who till everyone falls. Till everyone falls. Till everyone falls. Sorry if I'm coming up savage. I wanna live, I made it a habit. Dog eat dog, there's damage. And I wanna live. They cut their teeth in the jungle. I've been there, I've seen it. They do cut throat things down in the jungle. They eat all the humble. They cut their teeth in the jungle. I've been there, I've seen it. I joined in the dance of oblivion. Kick a coup for a million. The godless wasting of air. And the worst is nobody cares. They cut their teeth in the jungle. I've been there, I've seen it. They do cut throat things down in the jungle. They eat all the humble. They cut their teeth in the jungle. I've been there, I've seen it. I joined in the dance of oblivion. Kick a coup for a million. Their teeth in the jungle.
trade his guns for love, but he's caught in the crossfire. And he keeps waking up, but it's not to the sound of birds. The tyranny, the violent streets, deprived of all that we're blessed with, and we can't get enough. No, heaven if you sent us down, so we could build a playground for the sinners to play as saints. You'd be so proud of what we made. I hope you got some beds around, 'cause you're the only refuge now. For every mother, every child, every brother that's caught in the crossfire. That's caught in the crossfire. I trained my luck to know why he's caught in the crossfire. And now I'm here waking up to the sun and the sound of birds. Society's anxiety deprives of all that we're blessed with. We just can't get enough. No, heaven if you sent us down, so we could build a playground for the sinners to play as saints. You'd be so proud of what we made. I hope you got some beds around, 'cause you're the only refuge now. For every mother, every child, every brother that's caught in the crossfire. That's caught in the crossfire. Still needs a gun. Whose ammunition justifies the wrong? And I can't see the backseat, so I'm asking from above. Can I trust what I'm given, even when it cuts? So heaven if you sent us down, so we can build a playground for the sinners to play as saints. You'd be so proud of what we made. I hope you got some beds around, 'cause you're the only refuge now. For every mother, every child, every brother that's caught in the crossfire. That's caught in the crossfire. He's caught in the crossfire.
So it seems to me like more and more people are starting to try to figure out, like, what are we doing here? Like, on this planet, on this Earth, like, what's the purpose of life? I sort of see this manifest in kind of the anti-work crowd where people are like, is this what life is supposed to be? I'm supposed to wake up every day at 7 a.m. I commute for an hour, work until 5, commute home. I exercise for 30 minutes, cook for this amount of time, and then I have to get in bed so I'm not burnt out the next day. And it's just like, rinse and repeat until I die. Is this really what life is about? And on the flip side, we have like the Sigma grind set folks, right? These are the people that are kind of like, okay, like I'm gonna grind, and like you gotta grind to get ahead, and you gotta be an alpha, and you gotta go Sigma grind set. You know, that's really how you make it in life, is you have the side hustle and you grow your side hustle, then you have your side hustle, and you try to hustle as much as you can. And then if you hustle a lot, then you can become successful and you can get lots of money, and then like you can retire early. Right, there's the FIRE folks, which is financial independence and retire early. So these are people who are kind of thinking, okay, since life starts with retirement, the goal of life is to like step out of that grind as quickly as possible, make your millions so that you can enjoy life. So instead of retiring at the age of 60, what I'm going to do is try to figure out how can I retire at the age of 45 or 46 or 46 and a half, and then I can start living life. So I'm going to sacrifice the best years of my life so that I can enjoy the latter years of my life. And so I'm kind of listening to this stuff, and I'm trying to really figure out, what's the point of all of this? Is life really about going to work every day and kind of taking care of yourself and working on your mental health and working on your physical health and learning how to cook and eating nutritious food and then going keto and going paleo and all this kind of stuff until you die? Or is it about grinding, right? Is it like side hustles and hustles and hustles and hustling your way to an early retirement so that you can really like start living life to the fullest at the age of 52? Is this what's going on? Like, what's happening here? And these are two different solutions, either mentally checking out of the capitalistic society because I reject this thing, or capitalizing on the capitalistic society and leaning into that, and I'm going to try to maximize it and get ahead. But both these groups of people, in my opinion, share one problem, which is they don't know what they're doing, right? There's no like purpose. There's no sense of purpose in life. People don't know what we're on this earth to do. And so they don't really know like how to live this life. And there's good actual data to support this. So if we look at, for example, pornography addiction is on the rise. And more people are consuming pornography, more people are getting addicted to pornography. And you may say, well, what does that have to do with life purpose? Well, it turns out that the variable that correlates the most with being addicted to pornography is a sense of meaninglessness. So as our life becomes meaningless, we start to consume more pornography because like we don't really know what we're doing. So I might as well watch some porn and get some dopamine, and then I'll kind of like, you know, it sort of passes the time. That's one example. Another example, which is really scary, is actually suicide is on the rise. So we know that suicide is correlated with a sense of purposelessness in life, right? Like, what am I doing with life? There's really no point in being here. I'm suffering some right now, and there's no like end goal that makes the suffering worth it. So why not just check out a life? So it's kind of scary, but suicide is the #1 cause of death amongst Asian Americans between the ages of 18 and 24, which is crazy, right? So if you're like an Asian American, kind of like I was, or I mean, I still am, but I'm not 18 to 24 anymore. The most dangerous thing to you in life is actually you. And why is suicide the #1 cause of death for Asian Americans between the age of 18 and 24? It's because this is a group of people that is getting crushed by expectation. They don't really know what they're doing in life, right? So if you've grown up in the Asian American diaspora, you'll be kind of familiar with this. That you're essentially crushed by expectations. The whole world, usually your parents and your, friend group and stuff like that, they tell you, hey, this is what life is about. They're like, look, in order to be successful, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. They've got the formula figured out. You got to major in STEM. You got to work really hard. You got to get into a good college. You got to be at the top of your class in college. You got to go work at these really prestigious companies or become a doctor or whatever, and then you will be happy. And despite the fact that these Asian parents are pushing stuff on them so much, pushing this formula for success, what we actually see is that Asian Americans are killing themselves at an alarming rate. And so our society has lost sight of what purpose is. Like, we don't really know, like, what we're doing here. And so since we don't know what we're doing here, we have these, like...
Whoa, what's up?
What's up?
Someone join me. Hey, how you doing, Edie? You back? How you doing, bro?
Hey.
How's your day going?
What?
How is your day going?
Yeah.
Alright. Good talk. Let's do a solo dungeon.
Sigma grind set kind of people that are like, I'm going to do all my grinding up front. But is that really the point of life? No one knows what we're doing here. And why is that? So the first thing that we have to understand is that a sense of purpose can't be given to you, right? It has to come from within. And if it could be given to you, then all the Asian American kids would be doing great because their parents are clearly giving them a sense of purpose. They're handing it to them on a silver platter. They're shoving it down their throat. They're saying, this is what you should do. This is what you should do. This is what you should do. But that doesn't work. Fundamentally, it doesn't work, right? And so then the question is, okay, like, so if it comes from within, like, what do we mean by this, right? So if a sense of purpose comes from within, like, look within yourself. Are we talking kind of like Oprah book club, like, oh, you gotta, like, look within yourself and, like, you gotta, like, oh, like, look so far within yourself and see, you find your purpose. You know, is that kind of what we're talking about? Well, sort of. But I think it's way more scientific and way more, like, simple than that. It's not some weird, deep spiritual journey.
Oh,
we'll
sandwich.
talk a little
Oh my
bit
God.
about that. But it's like literally our sense of
You're the
purpose
greatest
comes
fiancé
from
of all time,
within.
you know that?
If our sense of purpose comes from within, then why is it that more and more people
God, a
are
steak
losing
sandwich.
sight of that? Well, what's changed in the last 20 years? Let's take a look at it. So what's changed in the last 20 years is essentially an acceleration of technology. And what does technology actually do? So if we kind of think about it, what's happening in our society right now? The most fundamental major change that has happened in our society is that we have externalized our attention. So I don't know if you're like me, but this is something that I absolutely used to do. So when I was in med school, I needed to optimize things, right? So I had audiobooks, I had like audio lectures on my MP3 player, right? Because back then I had an MP3 player, back in the day, 12 years ago. And so what I would do is I'd wake up in the morning and I'd turn on some kind of audio book or something like that, right? Like podcast or something. And then I'd be like cooking and listening to something. Then I'd walk to the train and I'm listening to something. And then I get on the train and I'm like reading something, or maybe I'm on my Kindle or something like that. Then I'm at class and I'm paying attention there. And so every moment of my day, my attention is externalized. I'm listening to a podcast, I'm on social media, I'm playing a video game, I'm watching something. Even when I'm on the toilet, like, the scariest thing in the world is going to the toilet without your phone, right? Because like, oh my God, what are we gonna do then? So if we really look at it fundamentally, what is the change in technology? What change has technology wrought in our brains and on society? It has externalized our attention. So 100 years ago, we used to be like more attentional to our internal stimuli. And what's really interesting is there's some places where even technology has not figured out how to break into. So a great example of this is shower thoughts, right? The shower is the one place, because if things get wet, then we can't take our technology in there, where we have these really profound thoughts. We think so much in the shower and we start to make all these like amazing realizations in the shower. And why is that? Is there something biochemical or physiological about the heat in the water, or maybe you take cold showers, you know, that sort of triggers all these profound thoughts? No, it's actually like this is the only time that we're able to be with ourselves. This is the only time of the day that we're actually able to pay attention to ourselves. And so since we've lost touch with our inner voice, we don't really know what we think, we've struggled to find purpose. And how does that work? So let me give you all an example. So let's say I'm trying to figure out what I want to eat. And I'm trying to figure out what kind of food I like. Like, what kind of food do I want to eat in this world? But imagine for a moment that my tongue was completely numb and I couldn't taste anything, or my nose was clogged, because 70% of taste actually comes from your olfactory nerves. But whatever, all that stuff is numb. I got some COVID, got some olfactory problems, whatever, right? I can't taste anything. And so then how do you imagine I'm going to try to figure out what food I like? So what I end up doing, if my internal senses are numb, I'm going to look at someone else. I'm going to see someone else. I see, oh, wow, they're eating a hamburger. That looks great. I'm going to eat that. Look at that. They're enjoying their hamburger. They're taking these big bites. It's so juicy. It looks amazing. And then I decide, okay, I'm going to eat a hamburger. So I take a first bite of a hamburger. I don't taste anything. I finish the hamburger. I'm like, you know what? That doesn't really work for me. So I'm going to look at someone else. I see, oh, wow, that person's got some ice cream. Look at that. They're like licking the ice cream. It looks really awesome. It's so colorful. It's got sprinkles on top. That looks totally lit. Let me do that. And then I try the ice cream, but I'm numb, so I can't taste anything. And so what ends up happening? I go through life looking at what makes other people happy, and then I try to duplicate it, hoping that I myself will become happy. Not happy. I'll enjoy the food, right? This is what happens. And if we look at literally, there's like neuroscience evidence of this, that if you look at what technology usage does, it doesn't matter if it's social media, video games, whatever, it numbs our emotional circuitry. It literally shuts down our ability to like be in touch with ourselves. So we know that playing a video game for even a brief period of time will suppress our amygdala and our limbic system, the emotional circuits of our brain. We will like literally suppress those internal signals, which is exactly why we use the internet. So when I'm feeling bad about myself and I have too much work to do and I'm feeling overwhelmed, what am I going to do to fix that? I'm going to go look at cat videos. Because the second I open up a cat video, I suppress all of my internal signals. And this is precisely what's going on. We're going through life trying to figure out what we want to do. We're looking outside of ourselves for possible answers. We see this person is enjoying a burger. We see that person is enjoying ice cream. But the whole time we are actively numbing our tongue and our olfactory senses. So none of it seems to work. And when none of it seems to work, this is how we end up with people developing the Sigma grind set. Think about this for a second, okay? People who are doing the Sigma grind set and want to retire early, what are they actually saying? They don't even know what they're going to do after they retire. They don't even know that they're going to enjoy retirement. Like, think about that, right? Because you haven't retired. You don't know what it's like to be retired for 5 years. You think it's going to be great because you imagine all of these freedoms and stuff, but you don't actually know how that's going to work. I work with a ton of people who've actually retired, and then what do after 2 or 3 years? They get bored and they come out of retirement. So we end up going through life looking at what appears to make other people happy and then chasing after that, all the while numbing ourselves. And this is where we're particularly vulnerable, because if we look at things like social media and influencers, they play completely into that, right? So how do you become a successful influencer? How do you become successful on social media? You live the good life. You demonstrate to other people that I'm going to be in shape, and look at me, and I'm doing all this stuff, and like I'm ripped, and like I'm going to like have lots of fun with my friends, and we're going to go to the beach, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and like everyone's laughing, and everyone's like, yeah, like, oh my God, they're living the high life. And then you're sitting at home, you're watching that, and you're like, I want that too. Those people are happy. Social media completely amplifies this sort of idea that I can look at other people and they are showing me the recipe for happiness. They're showing me how to find purpose. But it doesn't work because we try to monkey see, monkey do. We try to replicate what we see, but it doesn't seem to work for us. Why? Because we're numb. So the next question becomes, how do we unnumb ourselves? And once we're able to do that, life will change drastically, right? So if you can start to taste again, it can become really, really easy to figure out what you enjoy eating. All you need to do is be able to taste. So how do we actually go about doing that? So this is where we've got to talk for a second about boredom, okay? So the first thing to understand is, like, what is the purpose of boredom? So if we think about it, when we start to feel bored, what is our antidote to boredom? Our antidote to boredom is usually some kind of external stimulation. So what is boredom actually? Boredom is a stimulation-seeking emotional state. So our mind has figured out, hey, if we're not getting the stimulation that we want, what I'm going to do is make this person feel bored, and once they start to feel bored, we are going to seek some kind of external stimulation, which will then relieve the boredom. Because as long as we're getting stimulated from the outside, we won't feel bored. Furthermore, if we're getting stimulated from the outside, what we're going to be doing is suppressing all of our internal signals. So then the question kind of becomes, okay, how can I start reconnecting with my internal signals? And this is where, if you want to start listening to your internal voice, what you actually need to do is stop drowning it out from the outside. So this is where we have to understand a little bit about where thoughts come from, right? So the thoughts in our mind come from two places. They can either come from our sensory organs or something like internally, memory, or things like that. So if you kind of think about, what are you excited about today? Are you excited about seeing a particular movie or playing a particular game or eating a particular food? How did you have that excitement? Where did that thought come from? Chances are it came from a sensory organ. And as long as we are being bombarded by the sensory organs, it's going to be very hard for our internal thoughts to actually arise. This is further compounded by the fact that oftentimes when our internal thoughts arise, they kind of like arise in a negative way. So the first thing that comes out of our mind tends to be kind of negative. So if I'm sitting there laying awake at night and trying to go to sleep, I'm not going to think happy thoughts at the beginning, right? I'm going to start to think a little bit about how much I have to do. I'm going to start to feel overwhelmed. The other reason that we want to numb ourselves is the first layer of internal voice is usually unpleasant. It's negative emotions that we've suppressed. And so what do we kind of do about this? And this is what's kind of interesting, is we kind of know societally that like people will go and find their purpose, right? And how do they do that? Well, they go like on these journeys of self-discovery, and they find themselves. So we know like this is not only a trope, like people actually go and do this. I kind of did it, right? So I went to India and I spent 3 months in an ashram. And we know that people will go on these like year-long wanderlust, sabbatical kind of things. Sometimes people will take a gap year, and what do they do in their gap year? They like go travel the world, and they hike, and they go mountain climbing, and all this kind of stuff.
Thank you for the follow, man.
And we know that once people do this kind of thing, they come back to life. 6 months later, a year later, their hair has grown out, they have a beard, presumably if they're a dude, sometimes women, and then they've got this like piercing look in their eyes, and they're like rugged, and they've like discovered themselves. And so let's understand that for a second scientifically. Like, wait a minute, so we know this kind of happens, and even within you, there may be a yearning to go find yourself. And then the question kind of begins, okay, hold on a second. What's the mechanism to this? What's the science behind this? Why do you have to travel in the Himalayas to go find yourself? Because aren't you with you all the time? Well, the answer is actually no, right? So in the world that we actually exist in, you're not with you. In fact, you have so much digital stimulation that you're far, far, far away from you, which also explains why you can go find yourself in the Himalayas. So when you go hiking for 6 months, what happens to your indriyas, your sense organs? What happens to your sensory input? When you're hiking for 8 hours, like, you're not getting constant sensory input, right? Like, you just can't. So sure, you're seeing things like maybe there's a beautiful mountain somewhere or a lake or whatever, but for the most part, you're kind of walking and just being with yourself. And so the process of finding yourself involves reducing external stimulation. And as you start to reduce external stimulation, stuff starts to come up. You get attuned to your inner voice.
I'm gonna take a break.
Exactly what happened to me in the ashram.